I call this meeting to order of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District School Board at 5:03 PM. Item number 2, public to address the board on closed session agenda items. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
No, there are not.
Thank you. We are going to convene to closed session and return to open session at approximately 6:15 PM. We are going into closed session now.
So.
Rally audio,
We'll live up to this.
don't need video.
How are you gonna talk for? Just.
Okay.
Yeah, brand new to the area. And it's cool. What is the area too? Where you at? Cemetery.
Drag which page?
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where did you come from?
It's on the Central Coast, San Luis Obispo.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to take, oh, wait a minute.
Atmosphere rigor / cyclone bomb.
The Belmont Genesis
Is it in full screen on the left side? I can drag it?
Hey, but
Cipriani and is
It's
it
not letting me
tomorrow?
drag.
yes, but no. It's just a quick walkthrough. I'm just
Okay. I think.
oh, okay. No, we will be walking, so I know where you are. So if I have a chance, we'll swing by.
Okay.
Touring with our two new trustees to give them a lay of the land as they start to think about facilities master planning and all that stuff.
Best fifth grade teacher.
Of course, of course. Except you have the other,
Best one
have
in
the-
room 33.
I was gonna say you have the other best one sitting next to you.
No, I'm on top of this year.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
actually
She's a half.
I'm a
She's the
happy.
best for fifth.
Okay.
Although Corey Silver might be coming and she might fight me for that title. I mean, when her and I were at both at.
I'm
Harvard
kidding.
Children's.
I do not think I'm the best.
This one.
So you were talking about weather. It's
Yeah.
totally crazy. So I live in San Jose. So like I drove home and it was bone dry. It was a little breezy. There was nothing down there. We got a little rainy.
We got an entire, no, we got an inch and a quarter in San Francisco last night.
Wow.
Like all night, every.
So
time
it
we
just came down.
Yeah.
It skirted down.
So like 19th was like quarter flooded and then parts of 280 getting on
Oh.
18th, but that's where it always floods. So I was like, this is the norm. I'm fine.
What's the saying? Turn around, don't drown.
Yes. Yeah. Well, if I didn't have to teach and do parent conferences today, I'm like, sorry guys, not coming. Although Yara lives like 5 blocks away from me, so I'm sure she'd be like, at least I can make it to work. Why can't you?
That's funny. Only 5 blocks away.
Mm.
Give or take.
Around there, yeah.
Barbara, your full last name is Ashley Grande?
It's Ashley DeGrande.
Ashley
I
DeGrande.
put DA, I thought it was the other way, so. Sorry.
Ashley DeGrande. Got it. Baby.
Sleep.
Let's
See, I was gonna get your.
let's put this.
He's gonna change. But he's gonna redo.
That takes.
Start a new norm. Jerome, is there any way you can chat on the Zoom that's public? Like, can you chat? We're running late.
They would need to be, I mean, I can put on the message if you want.
Is it hard?
No,
Make the red.
Okay, so
I guess it says soon. It doesn't say 6:15, so it's okay.
Yeah, we changed it to, it's.
Perfect. Soon, just leave it. You can just leave it there.
Right, so this is,
yeah, you're right. You're on it, right?
And I'm just.
right, so this, yeah,
Yeah.
so this is what's in the room
Yep.
and that's you. And then you'll adjust the camera. Okay,
We don't need to turn off yours.
So.
This
Okay. And the audio's on, does that matter?
Cause like last night I was like,
Did it automatic. And
We are reconvening this meeting to open session of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District School Board at 6:41 PM. From closed session, we are we have told our council to take action. Item number, sorry, I'm straining for the screen right now. Thank you. Or item number 5, thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Call to order, flag salute, please. Could everyone please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then I already did the announcements of reporting on the closed session. Number 7, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda?
so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Linebaugh. Can I?
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Koss. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Item number 8, speakers wishing to address the board. The board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we're able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within these guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the open session at 6:15 PM. Apologies to all. You may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you're addressing the board on an agenda item, we will call on you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you are addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we will take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
Yes, President Northup, we have 2. First is Barbara Ashley DeGrom from BRSFA and Lisa Fahey, also from BRSFA.
Thank you.
Thank you and good to see you guys again. We're here today just to give you a little update from BRSFA. We'd like to just come and share some thoughts with you as members and teachers here. We definitely have been striving to work collaboratively with the district to better understand how we can work together and understand each other's perspectives. One way we have done this is through Glows and Grows. And in other ways, we've met with Dan also, and we've really been working on achieving a collaborative approach. So with that said, we'd like to start off with some glows. One glow that we have that we heard from our rep meeting is that Playworks has visited many schools. And from my understanding, this is going to happen at many of the schools in the district. And it definitely has been a positive thing for the schools that they have come to so far. Playworks has helped make recess. So just so you guys know, it helps make recess a positive interaction for engaging students and creating positive experiences on the play yard. So we've definitely seen a difference on the schoolyard. And that has impacted not only teachers, but students as well. So we're happy to have Playworks join us.
Another glow is one of our 5th grade team at Redwood Shores did a fairy tale theme day, which goes along with our read aloud to help promote comparing and contrasting different literatures. So thank you to the board members who were able to come and listen to some of our students speak or come to the interactive centers that happened in the afternoon. We know your schedule is tough, so thank you for coming and seeing all of the hard work that goes into days like this to keep our students engaged and learning outside of the normal curriculum that we do.
And then another one is that BRSFA and the district have been working collaboratively on our calendar for next year. And so we're ahead of schedule. From last year. And we're really working to collaborate together and making that successful work together and getting that calendar done. So we feel that we're making great progress on that. In terms of grows, it's kind of like a grow and glow. I feel like right now we're in conferences, many glows for conferences and meeting with parents, having those interactions and being able to see where students are and hearing it from a teacher's perspective and also how parents can help support that or just shining on our students' growth through this first part of the year. We have been engaging in conversations, and I know this was brought up at our last board meeting about conferences and changing it versus not changing it. And I would say that I bring this up just as we want to work together in our collaboration and shining that piece of collaboration. So if we are thinking about changes in the future, that we're asking those questions of the whys behind it. And so how we can hear the whys from the teachers as the whys from the district and working together to hear those whys so that we can make changes in that way. And so that's where we come from that standpoint and really bridging that collaboration piece. And our goal is just to support families, most importantly, the students that we work with. That's all we have for you today. Thank you for having us, and we're happy to come here and be able to share with you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any additional requests for public comment?
No, President Northrop, they're not.
Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. All right, we are moving on to the Board of Trustees report. I'm going to start with whoever wants to start. Mr. Bruno?
Always ready. So when it was first last time. They took all of my things. I went to Redwood Shores and I saw the sisters' grammar presentations, and it was a good time. I'm glad that I played hooky from work to go to witness that. It was a good time. And something that I got to have like great conversations about. It was coincidental going home and reading some of the same books that like I had fun memories of. And also just, appreciation of teachers and parent teacher conferences. I went to my own this week and got to speak to some other parents. And really, I got a full spread of what our teachers are able to do inside of those 25 to 30 minutes, making a good connection, giving kind of good memories, information, and listening a lot. Like I heard a lot of parents enjoying talking, which is impressive to like listen to me talk about my own kid and give me information in a short bit of time. Really awesome literacy work across the board. And we have a good break next week. Excited to spend some time with my own family and for people to get time to spend with their own. And week after that, I'm looking forward to the AEC conference with other board members that I'm sure they'll bring up and allow. I see my time.
Thank you, Trustee Bruno. Trustee Lineback?
Sure, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the community, the voters who actually got out there and voted, and for supporting public schools, improving measure of peace. I want to give thanks to everyone who did that. That's going to make a big difference for our district and our facilities going forward. Past few weeks, I attended a few brown bag teacher lunches with Superintendent Dogara. And it's always good to have a nice, open and candid discussion and get feedback directly from teachers on how things are going. Things that are going well. We had some good stories and things that need improvement as well. Sadly, one of the things that was discussed is extreme student behaviors, and that continues to be a problem. Maybe due to pandemic, maybe due to other factors, but it's something that that the district continues to need to focus on, and we are as a district. So it's something to be concerned about. The other thing I've seen recently and in the future, California School Board Association and San Mateo County Office of Education is having a series of webinars and presentations on artificial intelligence. So we're going to be talking about that in a moment, so I won't go deep into it. But keep your eyes on the emails and look for opportunities to learn more. And also some of the sessions they did have are recorded that you can look at more. With that, I would just say a happy Thanksgiving to everyone here and everyone in the community. I will pass it on to everyone who wants to go next.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Haas?
Okay, well, okay, no, he says no,
I feel like
Okay.
we should respect our evil robot overlords
Okay.
before they take over.
Yeah, so I have two notices. One is first of all, the Measure P, it was I was fortunate enough to be able to volunteer as a parent and a community member on the Measure P committee, and I just want to thank the guidance of Team Civics who was spot on with just their guidance and all their work. Specifically, I'll do some shout outs for Joy, their lead person, and then Lauren also, who was on the team and very instrumental in really helping giving us a great guidance to move forward. And I just want to thank everybody in the community because it really was a Herculean effort, and everybody, and I think just quoting actually what our chair, Jennifer Hennings, who are really a massive thanks for her effort in reining in everything, for keeping us on point, for making the decisions when things were split, and really giving us the overall guidance that we needed. So thank you for stepping up and being our volunteer chair. But from everybody who did the door hangers, who walked, trying to sign people, talk about the initiative, the Measure P. It just really, and I think the district as volunteers on their own time to do some of the work that they did, it was really very much appreciative. And so thank you to Jacqueline, thank you to Ying, thank you to others in the community. Your part was no small part, and it was very deeply recognized in obviously the passing of the measure. The second thing I would just say is to echo, I really enjoy going to the brown bags or lunchtime chats or whatever we like to call them. And I was able to visit Ralston, Cipriani, and Redwood Shores. And there was certainly some patterns. I think the discussions kind of centered around special programs, as Mr. Lineback referred to, and also curriculum and assessment. I know that kind of came up at Cipriani. And that is really interesting. And I really just want to thank, first of all, the teachers. They don't have to come during their lunchtime. And this was during lunchtime to share their opinions, share their thoughts. But you can see the caring that has come out and that they want to be able to provide constructive feedback, provide avenues where things can be better. And it is a true partnership. And I really feel like that is, for me, one of the greatest sources of information to be able to get from the teachers and staff as they care so deeply about our students. And there was a lot of good discussion. Did we come up with all the answers? No, it wasn't that kind of forum, but it was a forum to kind of get out some issues and have a good dialogue. And I think it was a very constructive dialogue. And I really appreciate Superintendent DeGuara for continuing to set that up and find unique topics. And I really do appreciate, again, the teachers for taking the time. It's very evident their care and support of our kiddos. So I always love attending those, and I really do appreciate the ability to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Koss. Dr. Howard?
Can't say that I've done much recently. Things have been pretty busy at the hospital and taking my attention there, but what I have noticed is a trend. And that trend is that this district has been very focused on the things that are the most important. Funding, culture, and student achievement. And this is now the third measure that we've passed as a community that focuses on funding both our employees and now our building our facilities. Since I've been with the district, and I've participated in heavily in two of those three, marginally in one of those three. Sorry, but it's gratifying to see that the community values education as much as we do. And it's clear from the last few meetings that student achievement is always been at the forefront of our thinking. But what I really like in terms of how things are evolving is that we are continue to follow through with some of the values that we have set forth, which one of those is data-driven, individualized assessment, and therefore interventions. And that is really becoming more and more efficient. It's becoming more and more targeted. It allows us to direct our resources in a way that really helps us hone down on where to spend those resources and whether that means time or funding or attention. And I'm really impressed by the way that our excellent educators always are focused on our kids. And then culture. I love things like the glows and grows, that we're focused on collaborative partnership between our educators and our district leadership, that we've hired district leaders at each one of our sites that is mindful of those relationships, that not only do we try to build a positive culture within how the children interact with each other, but how we interact with each other as adults and how we shape this organization as a whole. So no specific activity, but those are some trends that I've noticed and I'm very appreciative of. And I'm also worried that Sam is going to take over the world with his AI agenda. And we all bow down to Zod in some way, shape, or form. But that being said, it's not going to happen immediately. So with that, I need the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Not much for myself to report. I have been doing a lot in my day job. I returned to teaching, and it's hard to get to as many school events as I would like to. But I really appreciate all of the events and thank you for the invitations. And I will attend as I'm available. Thank you. And just wanted to echo the thanks to the Measure P committee as well, and to the voters for entrusting us with the funding that we need to keep our facilities in great condition going forward. So thank you.
Okay.
And now the superintendent.
Great. I will keep it brief. I just want to 67.35%. That's last time I checked. It continues to tick up as the last votes are counted, which is all a good sign. I'm getting questions, what next? What's the next plan? So we actually have that included in part of our presentation this evening. We'll talk about. I also want to recognize that we elected partially by default. We had 2 unopposed races in the district. So we elected Ann Dang and Shelley Tang to the board. They will be, their first meeting will be December 16th in a special meeting. And I just want to encourage folks to attend on the 12th to recognize our 2 outgoing trustees, Trustee Langbach and Trustee Howard, for their service. And let's see. I do want to just quickly mention in the consent agenda today, the board approved all of our site safety plans. Each of our sites is required to have a comprehensive safe school plan. I call this out because I want our community to know that we take student safety and staff safety at the top. We can't learn and we can't teach if we don't have safe environments. So that was on the consent agenda today. And then finally, just a happy Thanksgiving to all. We've kind of hit that. In teaching, there's this little roller coaster. We start really high and then we kind of dip and then we come back up. We're kind of at this place. So the holidays are coming at a welcome time. Our staff are amazing. Our community is amazing. And I'm just excited that everybody has a few days to rest, relax, enjoy family, and then come back on the holidays for that final push to June.
Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Item number 11, school spotlight on Fox Elementary School. And we will hear from Ms. Carter, the principal of Fox Elementary School.
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to be here to give you guys a little update about what's happening at Fox this year. So the work that we're doing this year is obviously rooted in the bigger work that we're doing at the district. So we root everything that we're doing both in the strategic plan as well as the profile of a learner. And so last year, towards the end of the year, the leadership team and I looked at both our data as well as talked to staff and really thought about what would be the next steps for us at Fox to really think about how we're ensuring that we're providing a well-rounded education for all of our learners. And so one of our big focuses, sorry, I thought there was like a red light. One of our big focuses for this school year is really thinking about how we can elevate writing across our school. And so at the start of this school year, at one of the first professional developments we had, we actually launched by building off some of the work that we did last year. And so last year, we had a big focus on supporting students with executive functioning skills. And so we took all of that learning and thought about what does that look like in writing. And so we really thought about the power of ensuring that kids had good models and good mentor texts at the onset of every unit. And what would that look like across the grade spans, and really supporting students to envision that finished product from day one to make it easier and support those executive functioning skills. We also dove into some AI. So I was excited to see that on the agenda, but we thought about how can AI support us. We've started really just thinking about teaching, like how can it support us as we prepare for the units, how as teachers, how can we use AI to really support what we're doing with students in writing? And so some teachers have dabbled in doing that as well. And then we've done a lot of work across the site and across grade levels, just with cross grade level collaboration to really make sure that we're understanding the scope and sequence of the units across the grade. So that kindergarten understands what does narrative look like in third grade. So they really understand that those foundational skills that they're doing in kindergarten, how does that support what's happening later on, and vice versa. Third grade also really gets a sense of like what's happening way before that's building up to the current unit. And so at each of our staff meetings, we've been studying a piece of writing at a different grade level, talking as a staff about what do we notice are really working really well for this writer, what might be next steps, and really trying to build that culture of writing across our school site. And then, of course, we've been looking at the power standards as well and looking at what are the writing power standards that the district has worked so hard on with the teacher leaders and making sure that we're implementing those in the classroom as well. Along with that, we actually brought professional development out to the site, which I think has made a huge difference. And so we've contracted with 2 staff developers who come out both for primary grades and for the upper grades to work with staff both on site. So they've both been out one time. They've also had some coaching days as well. But I think what's been really special about this is that we've actually partnered with Central. And so Central teachers have come out to Fox to join us for the first round of the professional development. And it's actually been really amazing for my staff to get to know Central staff a little bit better, to build that collaboration, and for me to get to know that staff as well. So now I'm up to like 3 schools that I know pretty well. Putting mine 4. But getting to know them, but it's just been nice, I think, for them to be like, hey, like, how is this working at your school? This is how it's working at my school. And I think the big district professional developments are really nice, but it's been really special, I think, for both Chuck and I to have this just on a small scale and just have the 2 schools really involved in the professional development. So we've been working closely and our staff has been working closely. Like one of my teachers actually wrote a grant for the school force grant for books for like both the schools, which I just thought goes to the power of like the collaboration and the teamwork that they're building. So I feel like that's been really nice. And the staff developers will be back out in the spring, which I think has been really powerful for teachers to be able to see the staff developers in the classrooms teaching the lessons and seeing it live. And so I think it's had a tremendous impact on the writing instruction so far at the site. And then okay, hang on. You got a huge preview. Equally important is to make sure that we're celebrating our writers. And so at the end of every unit, teachers have been inviting parents to the site to make sure that we're having writing celebrations. And then each month in the office, we're celebrating writers. So we have this fabulous, like, wow-tastic writing board, and there's a different thing that we're celebrating each month. And so this month, we have lovely leads, because of course it has to be an alliteration that goes with it. But we've also done things for a voluminous volume and other things. So every month we're celebrating one student from each class for a different element of writing and putting that on display in the office as well. And our PTA has been wonderful as well in inviting some of the winners to actually come to the book fair, which is coming up next week. And they're going to be reading some of their reading that night. So I think it's really lovely that the PTA is like working with us on this goal that we have as well.
We do it?
Sure. And then ensuring that we have well-rounded learners also means that we have to be doing stuff outside the classroom as well. And so we're also making sure that we're inspiring curiosity outside the classroom. So if you remember last year, we did the entire garden renovation. And so this year we have partnered with an organization called Each Green Classroom that is coming out to provide garden lessons for all of TK through third grade classrooms every other week, which I think is a great opportunity, especially for students who might not necessarily shine in like the science workbook. They have an opportunity to go out to the garden, use their hands, and do like a lot of hands-on science. So I'm really excited that we're able to utilize that new space. You'll also see the top picture is like an architecture lesson. We have LEAP architecture that's coming out. We have performing arts. And I just love that top right picture. It doesn't look like an AI generated picture, but it's not. It's actually like, it was like in the moment and our science teacher took it, but it's so well coordinated, like shirts and everything. So we gotta put it in there. And then also, in order to make sure we have well-rounded learners means that we have to have a fantastic SEL program. And so I brought our amazing full-time counselor, because we have a full-time counselor now, Liz, fantastic, who's going to give you a little bit of an overview of what we have going on.
Lovely to meet you all. Very excited that it is full-time, so thank you for that. Coming into Fox Elementary, knowing that part of a well-rounded learner was going to be focusing on self-regulation. Started the year off strong, collaborating with our school psychologist, Bruno Pinheiro, to work on the zones of regulation, which you can see our poster in that top picture there, going into every single classroom to start students off the year strong by saying, hey, how do you qualify these feelings into categories? A feeling is a lot easier to regulate when you are able to name it. So we started with that as kind of our baseline back in late August, early September, and then monthly lessons have continued. We moved in October, we did conflict resolution in every classroom so that our students, when they do have those hard moments on the playground, although not as often anymore, thanks to PlayWorks, they're able to actually work through those problems on their own before coming and seeking adult help, which is they have this very cool little slider that we got to make in every classroom. You can see in that bottom right picture. That's actually a cute little character that they move through the steps with. So it's a very visual aid to help them when they're having those moments. And then we've also this month moved into relaxation skills, which is very important with self-regulation. We want to make sure all of our students are aware of how their feelings show up in their bodies, the physical sensations that they experience when they're angry or scared or sad, and how do they cope with those. So that's been a very exciting piece of my work to start off. And then we've also been doing some fun other things to encourage collaboration and friendship amongst the students. One of the things I'm most excited about, we have animal assisted happiness coming out for some mobile farm visits in January, which is something that as part of the PBIS team, I was able to write the grant for. So that was very cool to have them come visit us. The students are working together to earn their Caught Being Good tickets. And they all go into a little container we have in the front office. And when we hit that line, the students will earn the mobile farm visits. We're very close and has to be scheduled ahead of time. So we're going to make it. But yeah, it's a very cool thing to have so much excitement around, oh man, at lunch, I'm gonna make sure I pick up all of my trash and help my friends pick up their trash so I can get those tickets so that we can have this happen for the school. You'll also see out there some students all facing away from each other, which doesn't really seem like collaboration, but it was actually an activity that we were running for reflection on the impact that outdoor ed had on our fifth graders. So those are our fifth grade students running an activity with me that essentially is a shoulder tap activity. So it's an anonymous way to feel the physical impact of the effect they've had on their peers. They got prompts like tap someone on the shoulder who makes you smile. Right? And their job would be to go over and tap that person without saying, you know, hey, it's me, your friend tapping you. Right. We want to make sure that it's not just because they're friends, it's actually an honest opinion of those students in their classroom. And that's been very cool to run for our fifth grade students. And I've had some fourth grade teachers ask about it as well. So we're hoping to continue that work on our students feeling invested in each other. And then finally, the last picture there is our TK and kinder students aren't quite old enough for all of the lessons that we've been running. So they get the very fun Kimochis curriculum. For anyone who's not familiar, the Kimochis are a curriculum put together that uses stuffed animals that have feelings associated with them, and then storybooks. So it's a great way for students to learn at an age appropriate level about hard to have feelings, as the phrasing is in that curriculum. And they're all very excited every time I bring in the black bag that has whatever the next stuffed animal is. They've been doing a really phenomenal job learning about those feelings through storybooks and through stuffed animals. And all of this, I have now some fun graphs. All of this came about, a lot of the planning for what I've done in the school so far came through analyzing the Sabres data once we got it. Some of it, of course, was I walked in and knew some of the things I wanted to start with, but Fox had some really phenomenal data come out of that screener this year. Right now, you're looking at what the teachers said about our students. And you'll see that just shy of 90% of our students fell into the low risk category, which is the lowest that you can get. There's no risk, but low risk, which means we have a very solid 10% of our students who have been identified as needing just a little more support in terms of their social, academic, or emotional behaviors in the classroom. So it's great to have this very clearly defined 10% for me to do my work with in small groups and individual counseling sessions to hopefully advance that even further by the next time we take the screener. And then really exciting, and I was happy to add this, the students think even better of themselves. They're at 8.5% needing support, which is just amazing that our students are doing so well in their own opinion. It's very exciting for me to see that, and also to know exactly, you know, where we're gonna go from here. And with that, I think I'm gonna turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thanks. So we are continuing to foster belonging and inclusion at our site. We continue to partner with Project Cornerstone, meaning that the parents are still coming out to read on a monthly basis. So we have this lovely visual that Liz created at the start of the year that's in like a central hallway, really trying to show students at our site that there's multiple trusting and caring adults in their lives. And then there's also various initiatives that we have as well. So on the top left is just one of the assemblies we have. We've been really intentional with the assemblies that we're bringing this year, making sure that they are of diverse interest to different students. So we've had a music assembly that's come out. We will have an MLK assembly. We have a science assembly. We have an SEL assembly. So hopefully, depending on students' interest, there's one assembly that kind of connects with them and they feel connected to that and part of our community. We also have buddies at our site, which is what that top right photo is. And so aside from 4th and 5th grade, every class has the chance to be an upper and a lower grade buddy, meaning that midway through the year, the classes switch. So like a 3rd grade and a 5th grade class might be buddies at the start of the year. And then halfway through the year, it will be 3rd grade in a kinder class. So that way the 3rd graders are like the younger buddies with the 5th graders, but then they're the older buddies with the kindergartners. And so they have the opportunity to kind of have both roles throughout the year. And then we also have monthly character trait assemblies, which is what those bottom photos are. And so we come together as a school every month to talk about our character trait, what it means, and then we also award our students of the month. And then that very cool stuffy on the left is awarded to 2 classes by a secret teacher for the 2 most well-behaved classes at our assembly. In addition to whole school initiatives, we also have our grade levels that are doing a lot of things to create a sense of belonging and inclusion as well. So on the left are pictures of some of the 4th and 5th graders. And so every Friday morning, our 4th and 5th graders do math rotations where they go to different classrooms throughout the month to get instruction by different teachers, doing different math activities, allowing them to get to know different teachers, allowing them to form bonds with them as well. We've also mixed the kids up, so it's not the homeroom classes that are traveling together. So hopefully kids are also getting a chance to bond with one another. Our 3rd grade does something a little bit similar as well. They call it 3rd grade on the move, where they've differentiated, like one teacher teaches art, one does health, and one does SEL. But the classes, since they're a little younger, they do travel together. But the hope is that the 3rd grade kids are getting to know each of the 3rd grade teachers. So if they ever need anything, they would feel comfortable going to any of them. And then the middle picture is a 3rd and a 5th grade student who are writing buddies. And so we've also had some teachers that have linked up with other classes where they'll take their writing and the kids will sit together and share their writing and get feedback from someone else. Just again, trying to build that culture of writing as well as the culture of belonging at our site as well. And then community engagement is also very important to us at Fox. And so building on the work that Liz is doing, we are hosting 2 family movie nights this year. And so one of them coming up will be Inside Out that Liz has lovely enough to attend. And we've done a lot of communication with parents through the newsletter about the zones of regulation. But if you've ever seen the movie, you know it's all about feelings. And so she's going to attend and we're going to screen the movie, but she's also going to more in depth explain the visual of the zones of regulation and talk about it a little bit more and answer any questions as well. And then later in the year, we're going to do a screening of screenagers as well, and then answer any questions that parents might have as well and kind of have a chat at that. And you're all welcome to come as well. Cool. Yeah, I'll let you know when. In addition to that, we have curriculum nights and parent coffee chats. So at the start of the year, I did a fabulous writing night with parents where they did a little bit of writing of their own, because I think it's really important for parents to kind of have an understanding of what their kids go through when they're at school. And so I explained what a mini lesson was. I taught a mini lesson. They did a little bit of writing and got a little bit of an overview, both of the verbiage that their teachers are using with their kids, as well as the writing process, and a little bit of an understanding of what does early writing through more advanced writing look like, so that when they go home, they could tell their kids, but also they could take their little note card home and show their kid, like, look, I did brainstorming like you did. Let me do some rehearsal with you, in hopes that they were like going home and having some common lingo that they could have with their kids as well. And so the hope is that we'll do another one of these in the spring as well, but with the kids coming with the parents to do somewhat like a math night, but like a writing night with different tables. And then we also have a fabulously diverse community that we're always wanting to make sure that we're highlighting and celebrating. And so we have a multicultural fair every year, which is most of those photos that are up there, where the parents are absolutely amazing in bringing so many things to represent their culture, making food, providing that. You can see there also was a multicultural fashion show that they had. Last year was our first one, and it was after I presented. So I did want to make sure to highlight, it was absolutely amazing. And it was amazing to me because some of the families that I had never seen at any school events, I saw at this event. And so that meant a lot to me that they came out for this. And it made me think about, like, how else do we get them to come out to other events? But it was important for them to come out to this. So to me, this is one of the most special events we have, because it was the one that was most widely attended by our community. And then on the bottom left is just a picture from a classroom. We're really lucky to have a diverse community and to have an amazing parent community that does go into the classroom to explain the culture of the kids that we have and lead different activities. And then looking ahead towards our long-term future, I'm always investing in lifelong learning. And so to me, professional development is really important. And so some of the things on the right are just different professional development that teachers have attended. So I think my staff knows if they ever want to do any professional learning, I am always game to send them to that because I think it's really important for them to be motivated to learn. And I want them to learn about what they want to learn outside of what might be the initiatives of the school site. So that's something that I'm always looking to support and to make sure that they're getting fulfilled professionally as well. And then this year, we are also looking at nurturing staff wellness. And so we have some staff members that are doing book clubs together. And then we also have Wellness Thursdays, where we come together for 15 minutes before the bell rings for tea and some wellness. He kind of got cut off, but in the top left picture, there's a little cloud. He does a little breathing with us, and we try and center ourselves for just a little bit before all the craziness begins. So that's been really nice.
That was today.
Yes. Yes. Okay, any question?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Ah.
Carter. Questions from the board members? I'll start with anyone who wants to volunteer.
Sure.
Mr. Koss?
This was a great presentation, so thank you. I love that one of the goals is the elevating writing across the school because I know, in my professional kind of occupation, working with students, having strong, that it's sometimes lacking, and especially with the structure and the flow of writing, like whether it's a traditional 5-paragraph essay or even just small paragraphs, right? Like that critical thinking and that organization. My thing that I've noticed though is that vocabulary skill, strong vocabulary is the foundation for strong writing. And I've noticed that it's a true testament when kids can say it in different ways, right? When they feel confident in their vocabulary, that it actually makes it into the writing, then you kind of know it's there. But can you explain a little bit about how that is integrated into your writing? Or first of all, is it a focus? And does it start at a certain grade, or is it a kind of a continuum? And how can that help be encouraged to support writing? Because I feel in my practice, I've seen it being a real bedrock.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always want kids to use new vocabulary and try it out. Reading is like one of the best predictors of getting kids to use better vocabulary words because they're exposed to it more in their reading. We do have grade levels that do explicit vocabulary instruction, but most research shows that vocabulary instruction in isolation is not as effective as it being within the context of something real that you're doing. So learning vocabulary and reading is going to be more impactful than me teaching you a word out of the blue and saying, memorize this. Kind of probably how we learned it in a workbook. But some do. So around my 3rd grade team does do more traditional vocabulary. And then my 4th and 5th grade has a different, it's called Word Love, a different vocabulary curriculum that comes with games. So it's a little bit more integrated, but then getting into prefix it, morphology is really where you'll get your biggest bang for your buck. But in terms of are we focusing on that with the writing explicitly? Yes, but no, if that makes sense. Yes, it's important and we encourage it, especially when kids are in nonfiction writing. We're always telling them to use domain specific words, right?
Mhm.
Or if they're looking at a mentor text, we'll call it out in a mentor text, right? I don't want if a kid's using dialogue, I don't want said a bunch of times. I would teach them, what's the emotion you're feeling? Here's a bunch of other words that you could use instead of said,
Mhm.
and then encourage them to use it that way.
That's great.
Yeah.
This is for Liz. We're so excited to have you as a full-time counselor. And I can see that it's already evident from when, just the amount of extra support you're able to give. I had two questions. One is I think it's great that you're using the data drive to kind of also go with your instincts about what you're seeing, right? And through your experience. So my question though is we hear always coming out of COVID, and it's been like a little bit removed now, but that this is so needed, this social emotional learning. But I guess my question to you is, in your experience, is there an increase in this need for kind of like, whether it's zones or whatever, however you want to articulate it, or is it just that we're getting more attuned to like has it always been there and we just haven't put a spotlight on it?
A fantastic question, and something I think a lot of the parents I've spoken with have asked, and a lot of the teachers I've spoken with have asked, because it does seem like it's maybe a little bit of it's a little bit, we do recognize more things now where we can offer a little more support, we can dig a little deeper. I think in my experience, just for transparency, before the pandemic, I taught at Outdoor Ed. So I taught students on the trail, and the students I had then are different than the students that I see now as a counselor. So I've seen a change. Teachers who have been in the game for a very long time have talked about the change that they have seen. And it does seem as though we all talk about COVID, the after effects also have lingered. There's a lot of speculation about which after effects specifically. Some people think maybe it's the, growing up and not seeing a full face for a little while. Some people think it's the parents needing to work from home and handing a screen to their child. Maybe that's part of it, whatever it is that we haven't really figured out exactly what it is yet. The kids need a little more right now.
Well, from putting my parent hat on, I really feel like any partnership you can continue to do with the parents, because if it is something to support, right, it's not just a thing that should be done at school, because a lot of the behaviors maybe are maybe whatever, they're seeing it at home and they're just not able to regulate because of home atmospheres. And so if there's anything, like I love that you're doing programs that are collaborative with the parents, because I think the parents need to be in partnership and collaboration with you. And also we need to know kind of like if we're doing something incorrect. Maybe incorrect's not the right word, but maybe, not according to maybe the best practices that are out there. And so that's great that you're doing these collaborations. So thank you.
Yeah, she also sends out monthly newsletters.
I want to get on those. No, I think that's all that I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koss. Anyone else from the board? Mr. Howard?
So Liz, I'm going to pivot back to you because I think you brought up some really interesting points. What I notice is that it seems as if that there's both a global sense of where you want to take the culture of the school, and also a mindfulness about how are you going to do that, and also a perspective on how to adjust to the needs of the children at the time. So what is your global vision, number one? How do you select the programs to achieve that? And how are you picking programs and assessing what the needs are of the children currently?
Phenomenal questions. So global vision, start there. I'm not sure to what extent you all may be aware, but the counselors as a team throughout the district are getting together to become more aligned to our national standards now that we are all full-time. Some of the side work that we're doing, which is very exciting. And part of that is developing a really robust vision for what we want our programs to look like at our individual schools as well as throughout the district. So to speak to that, it is in development to go into much fancier words than I'll probably say tonight. But the goal is for every student at Fox to feel like they belong there, is the kind of basic version of the goal. And then hopefully, because they feel they belong there, they'll feel supported in their academic endeavors. Because all of the social emotional learning, all of the regulation is really to help them achieve more academically and then to go on and have rich and fulfilling lives. So that's sort of the vision. The programs that I choose it was easy to start with zones of regulation because it's a program that I'm very familiar with, and it is a program that has a lot of backing scientifically. It's been used particularly with special education, is where it's used most often, but I think it applies very broadly. It's just a great skill for everybody to know how to qualify their feelings. So that's how we started while I was getting my feet under myself at the beginning of the year. And then moving forward, the lessons are almost every lesson the rest of the year will actually be based off of work that all of the counselors did with the Child Mind Institute. So it's training we've gotten from them to deliver very specific mental health supportive curriculum. We had that training, which was fantastic. And then we've tweaked what they've given us in ways that will work for our students. So the relaxation skills was built out of a module that I received from them, and then kind of took a little bit further with things I've experienced with students in the past. So built off of what they gave me. There was definitely a third part to your question, and if you don't mind, I would love for you to repeat.
How did you select out the specific programs that you were going to use this year based on, in part on what's happening at that site?
Yeah, definitely. So it was really looking at the Youth Truth Survey data from last year. Once I was able to sit down with Talia to look at that, what we noticed in particular with last year's fourth graders, this year's fifth graders, was that there was a lack of that sense of belonging. Their answers on the survey stood out, unfortunately, negatively compared to last year's third and fifth graders, in almost like a drastic way. So going into this year, as soon as we took a look at that, I knew that that's the goal moving forward, using that data to pick programs that will specifically address helping them feel included, doing the reflective circle after outdoor ed, making sure that they really understand the impact they can have on each other and how we can build that community together.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bruno?
They're all over the place. You mentioned a lot of kind of partnerships throughout their presentation. Where are they coming from? Are teachers bringing it in? Is it internal connections?
It's from me. It's from me. Well, the staff developers are people I know.
Yeah.
That I used to work with that have gone independent now. The garden one is through like just a lot of research. It was like we built the garden and then it was like, I got to use the garden. And I know that I needed to find people I couldn't ask teachers to be like, and now I need you to find some way to teach, like create your own garden curriculum. So I was like, who does this?
Yeah.
So I found, it was actually, you know what? I shouldn't take credit. I found other ones. A parent told me about this one that I looked at. I tried parents knew I was looking for like a garden curriculum to support it. So I think it was actually a parent that saw it at another site is how I found this one. I found others that were not as independent. So this one is, which is lovely.
Yeah. Okay. Good job. For both of you, what's your favorite kimochi?
So that's an easy one for me.
Yeah.
I love Cloud because Cloud talks about all of the different feelings and how sometimes it's a rainy day and you rain on your friend's parade and it's better. And it's the most effective, I think, with kindergartners because the stuffed animal head rotates. It does not come off. It rotates. It's supposed to, right? But we always like to make sure. And it has on one side a happy face, on the other side a sad face. And so it's just an incredible visual for the kids to see that change.
Okay. Talia?
I don't know all the kimochis.
Would you support Cloud? Okay.
I support Cloud. Cloud supporter.
For both of you, on the graph, there was a 10-ish% of students at risk. Do you feel like that 10% is being served as much as they can currently?
Yes, so that 10% became the priority for the first round of small group counseling sessions. Small group sessions are usually 6 to 8 weeks, and that 10%, the ones for whom I got consent to see so far, and we're working on following up at parent-teacher conferences this week. They are the first ones who receive those services because they're the target, right? And then we will add in with teacher referrals and additional screeners. We'll add in more later, but they get the first bit.
Cool, thank you. And I love the idea of the multicultural fashion show.
Oh,
And immediately was sharing that, so it's stolen already. In so many ways, yeah.
Mr. Leinbach?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It's clear that you, both of you and your team are very passionate about making sure that the environment for the kids is right for each individual kid, depending on all their needs. Thank you on that. And I've heard Playworks mentioned twice tonight so far, so I'd like to hear a little bit more about that in terms about, the key goals of what you're trying to do for the kids. And also participation, what the level is, and if you're kind of targeting certain kids who need more of this program than others.
sure. So Playworks was the funded aid from last year. And so we each get like a 1-week on-site Playworks coach. And so ours was a couple weeks ago. And so it was my first time working with them. I thought it was a really nice program. They come out, they do like a day of observation. They train junior coaches. So we have 4th and 5th graders that are now trained as junior coaches to support the games. She just gave some general recommendations, I guess, since they're like the recess gurus, of like suggestions of I might change this, I might move this. We now have like different zones in our recess area. She does a little bit, or we had a female, so she did some training with the lunchtime supervisors as well, and then introduce new games. And that's what was actually the most impactful for our site, was the introduction of new games. So we have more games that kids are playing, which is actually what has helped the most. And they left us with like a huge book of new games. And so for us, that has made, I think, the biggest difference, probably that and the junior coaches being out there. And so I think one thing I've realized is like, as long as we keep putting new games out there, I think there's less conflict happening with the old games because it's like fresh and new. And so like as part of my January PD, we're going to be looking through part of that pamphlet so that we can keep introducing new games through like teacher PE time, in hopes that it'll continue to reduce the conflict, because it really has helped. Foursquare is like the hot button issue at my site. So we now have like many other ways to use the Foursquare court to not play Foursquare, and the kids really like the games. And so that was like, I think, one of the greatest things for us, that and like providing the leadership for 4th and 5th. I don't know if you have more to add.
Yeah, just to the last bit of it, there were a couple of students that I may have seen had applied to be junior coaches, and based on some goals that I knew they were working toward. We do have a couple who are benefiting not just from the leadership aspects, but from like social aspects as well as getting to be that junior coach. It's going to be the super recess.
I know we got started late.
Great, thank you. Thank you both very much. Thank you for your dedication and participation, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both.
Round of applause. Thank you. Our next item is item number 12, artificial intelligence. And first, we're going to hear from Mr. DeGuara, and he's going to introduce our speakers.
Exciting topic. I know our board was interested in, and this was a topic that the board decided they'd like to have added to the agenda. So tonight, I'd like to welcome our friend from Stanford, the Gardner School for Education, the Center for Excellence in Teaching. They're experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience that's really at the forefront in education. I'd like to welcome Victor Lee, Christine Bywater, and Tammy Moriarty to join us. Come on up.
Oh, all of us at the same time.
However you want to. It's fine.
Chris.
You can all stand there for moral support or.
Well, thank you to the board for the invitation to speak tonight. I'm professor at Stanford University in the School of Education and also leading the AI in Education initiative, like the Stanford Accelerator for Learning. We wanted to share a bit of the work that we're doing with respect to AI in education, especially as it's also currently engaging with your schools and educators and ultimately your students. So just a little bit of our introductions. Tammy and Christine will have a chance to introduce themselves later on, but they are long time involved in leading professional development programs and developing professional development programs across the world, in fact. So they will have a lot to say on that. And apologies for anyone who feels already inundated with AI. This may be a little bit redundant, but for anyone who has certainly heard about it in the media, but does not necessarily know all of the inner workings, this will be a very gentle approach. And I think will be reflective of some of the issues that we address a lot with educators, because there is a great deal of concern and anxiety about how to effectively use AI and what does it mean for the students, although it did sound like previous speakers have some very nice programs going with their staff and faculty, so that's fantastic. Briefly, is AI, artificial intelligence, new? Relatively speaking, not really. There may be some of us who had done the 1950s, but that was about when AI was making its academic breakthrough. It coincided with what would be considered the cognitive revolution and the ways in which computer technology was more widely available to research, and computer science was really blossoming as a field following World War II. And therefore, modeling human intelligence and intelligent behavior was a very attractive direction for researchers and scientists to go. So that meant in the 1960s through the 1980s, there had been some initial progress. A lot of these were early on teaching a computer to play chess and play it realistically, or to solve puzzles, to envision things in there. But if you follow the history of artificial intelligence in the 1990s to the early 2000s is what's known as the AI winter. What was discovered at the time was it was very hard, and it still is to some sense very hard to have computers behave intelligently. And there were some fundamental ceilings that we were hitting with the approaches, which were largely, can we figure out and articulate the rules and how we solve problems in some level of specificity that would demonstrate intelligent behavior, and it became this intractable ask. However, in the 2000s and 2010s, you can look at it as a rise of digital data. Smartphones became very mainstream, 2007 and beyond. Obviously, this location is a real nexus for all of that activity, but we were also having many more people jumping onto the internet, using search, having their own web emails. We went from dial-up to high speed, the good old days of sounds familiar. Okay. So we don't reach all the way back to the 1950s, but my kids don't even know the reference anymore now. So now we're here. It's the year 2024, and we're actually about 2 years after the anniversary. That's a typo on the slide. I should say November 2022 is when ChatGPT quietly was publicly released and then went very viral very fast because everybody was quite shocked. And so now ChatGPT has become effectively synonymous to all generative AI technologies and generative AI chatbots, to the same extent that Kleenex is now synonymous for facial tissue, even though it represents a very specific product. So what is AI? Because this goes back to the 1950s and a lot of technological developments have been happening since 2000 onward and has just been preceding that. AI is actually lots of different things. It's not strictly the ChatGPT. I'm going to type and ask you to write me a play, but make it sound like a pirate wrote it, which means that there's gonna be a lot of Rs arbitrarily put into the text. So even prior to the release of ChatGPT, you know, our young friends and perhaps some of us are using face filters, navigation and search and directions. If you remember using like MapQuest and printing out that list of directions, folding the paper before we could plug our phones in, those are all AI. And also things that may feel very routine now, such as Netflix and its outstanding recommendations of true crime thrillers that we just seem to can't get enough of. Our social media feeds, non-playable characters in video games, and even spell check. So your phone is ostensibly smart and can form predictive words and sentences. And the reason why I wanted to finish with the phone is a lot of the things that we're talking about with generative AI is effectively your phone predictive text amped up on super steroids, because it's just looking at what is the next sensible word, which if you play with on your phone may seem like it can't get the sensible word, but we now have Gemini, Claude, ChatGPT, as well as other tools that are now doing really fast, reasonably accurate considering transcriptions or virtual characters, some of which have been in the news, such as in Replica or Character AI. I'll speak about that in a second. So if you have not spent a lot of time seeing what AI can do, we're going to borrow a short video from our friends at Canva, just so you can see that it's not just chat and how this is really starting to seep into all aspects of our technology. So I know what you're thinking, or I know what you were thinking, which was we should have just used Canva to make all those slides. That would have saved us a lot of time. No, those are fantastic slides, and as they stated earlier, the images were definitely not AI, but we are now at the point that AI, and you may have seen things going viral about video capabilities, voice impersonation, making podcasts, which can be quite convenient when you just feed in a document in there. So we're entering what would feel like a very brave new world that is doing things that we just did not really anticipate about a decade ago. It is apt that Canva is promoting their integration of AI as Magic Studio. I don't know how we top that, so we're going to rely on America's Got Talent, because they will have more to show than I will. So apologies if you have seen this. We will just watch about a 1-minute clip from this, and there is a reason for it. All right, so if anyone followed America's Got Talent, this was one of the contestants in the 2024 season. This went viral because that was actually these amazing fast clothing changes, and it was really shocking, as you could tell from the judges' expressions. Now, it was magic, right? I mean, this is a magic trick. She was magically swapping clothes instantly, and she really did change clothes instantly. And we're very fine with enjoying the magic, but even though we say, oh, it's magic, we've got enough life experience that we can also say, well, was it magic? And so I'm going to now do another 1-minute video that's going to revisit that performance. So I apologize if I'm going to ruin magic for anyone.
Ah. That's awesome. Wardrobe malfunction.
And other things that you'll learn is that there are special fabrics that are very like thin and fast to move, which is why you could pull those in with the motors. The internet, is full of gems like this. So if you want to have other magic tricks permanently ruined for you, you can. But the reason why we took this digression is that we are talking about something that we're calling artificial intelligence. And it's leading to a lot of anxiety because of the word intelligence. But at the same time, we can go and enjoy something that we call magic and recognize it's not magic that is actually happening. Like it still lives in a world that has to obey the laws of physics and nature. And it's great in that we can still go and enjoy a magic performance. And I don't need to go to every magic performance and know how the trick was done. But I will know, yes, I know they do not conjure the dark arts. They do not have the dark hold and they can't really summon magic to do those tricks. And I want to just enjoy that and not have to worry about, was there a motor? Was there some sort of sleight of hand that was involved? But this is a really important idea, especially as the conversations around artificial intelligence, what this means in education, what it's going to be doing with respect to our brains, will the robot overlords take over? Because that's where the language is going. And just as a further illustration of this, this term, and it's been discussed a lot in the academic literature, artificial intelligence is really tempting and misleading. But at the same time, we use this way of talking about things all the time. So on this image is shooting stars. If you have a chance to go out at night and see these when they happen, beautiful. You need someplace without light pollution, but you can really enjoy it. Now, what's happening is that these are not actually stars. We call them shooting stars, but they are meteorites that are burning in our atmosphere. And so it's okay for us to call them shooting stars, to appreciate that, to awe at them, but still also say it's not intelligence. So as we approach artificial intelligence, and one of the things that we work with schools and with educators is to do a little bit of that demystification. And this starts to speak to this larger issue that I'll talk about in a slide from now, which is AI literacy. And this is becoming a very important topic. There's legislation that has passed during the last legislative session and signed by Governor Newsom that is pointing in this direction. But especially at Stanford, we just held a 400-person standing room only convening on campus with a lot of ed tech companies and philanthropists and investors. This is about a week and a half old. The current map of just one person's known generative AI use cases, technologies that are appearing in the ed tech market. There is a lot, and it is continuing to grow. So this is part of what the faculties and staff and school leaders are needing to navigate. And there are going to be so many different entities coming to try to entice the procurement of these and to get into long-term contracts because they need to continue their funding. And you can see it's a range of things. It's making instructional materials, it's doing assessment, it's trying to help teachers reflect on their practice. It might do some social monitoring. It might also help to encourage students when they're feeling discouraged. So there's this whole huge range of things that's appearing, and it's a pretty unwieldy thing. It's not strictly, hey, I open up ChatGPT, I'm all set for using AI in education. And as you may be aware, there are some things that are happening in the news that are causing a great deal of alarm. For example, using generative AI and seeing that it produces what is currently called hallucinations because it's not thinking, because it's not intelligent. It's sticking words together that appropriately go together, even if those words do not refer to an actual document that existed in the world. More recently, there has been deep fake creation in Baltimore area that students had created a video that made it look like the school employee was making racist comments, which they had not made. There was the most recent case of, unfortunately, a suicide for which the parents have a lawsuit against Character AI for the conversational partner that they believe encouraged the suicide. And then LAUSD has recently gotten in trouble because there are some grand promises of the all-in-one solution for an AI chatbot technology to work with schools, but it was not realistic. And there were some student data privacy mismanagement things that were happening along the way. So, there's things to be excited about, but there's also things to be appropriately thoughtful and concerned about, which is part of why we think it's really important to be thinking about what is it that teachers and students are hearing right now? What are they wondering about? What do they know? This is coming from a 1,600 teacher survey from a large urban school district. Because of institutional review things, we don't identify it, but it's a large school district. And one of the things I'll point out here is this is open responses for what are your primary concerns about AI use in schools, and what are your concerns for you as a teacher using it, and what are your concerns for students using it. And I want to point out that these are different for what they're worried about for themselves and what they're worried about for their students. Now, plagiarism is a really big concern for how the students use it, but the teachers who may be using it for lesson plans or for helping to get letters written, because there's a lot of letters to get written all the time, are like, yeah, I'm not terribly concerned on that front. They are not concerned so much that they're going to over rely on it, but they are concerned that the students will over rely on it. And then they're concerned that they might be subject to misinformation, but they're not as concerned that the students are going to be subject to misinformation. So it's just, I think, an interesting lens to look at, that we have to be really thoughtful about how do we think about AI in schools. And that means teachers have a set of concerns and perspectives for themselves that they need to address, and students have one as well. So we have to think about, if we're looking at working with teachers, how are they going to be teaching about AI to their students? And also, how are they going to be teaching with AI? And those, in many respects, have related but different components to it, as reflected. When we asked the same pool of teachers what they want in professional development related to AI. For one, I'll point out that we see a grade level distributional change. And so there is, of course, a wide interest in how to use AI in their teaching. But the basic introduction about AI and how it works and what it is, more concentrated in the upper elementary and decreasing for the upper grade levels. And then increasing with the grade bands as they get older is how to teach about AI, how to cultivate AI literacy for their students. And so again, one of the things that we think a lot about at Stanford is not one size fits all professional learning or professional development, because the circumstances and demands and perspectives are going to be varied and different, although there is enough that we can be thoughtful so it's not every single teacher needs their own very specific session. Let's still take advantage of the ability to learn from one another and speak to common situations. But one of the concerns that we're having as we see more and more commercial PD entities coming in is these one size fit all AI solutions in there. So I mentioned AI literacy. This is a really attractive term. Actually, appending literacy to anything tends to be a really attractive way to talk about civic literacy, health literacy, financial literacy. We need a literacy of all the literacies, frankly, but AI literacy is the thing. And as a academic, as a professor, there's things that I find really challenging because it ends up being a really nebulous term. So just to illustrate, here are three different widely respected authoritative sources for what is AI literacy. They're big and they're complicated. And so we're thinking about, hey, we want to do professional learning for teachers. By the way, memorize this mini tome and understand how to enact this and all of the things that are going on. That's pretty unwieldy. Is there a way to really characterize all the different things? And if you look in detail at these, some of these are talking over one another. So they, one on the right says, we know what AI literacy is. It's these sets of activities. And then the one in the middle says, actually, AI literacy is these other things. And then the one on the far left is like, we're talking about still yet another thing. So one of the ways that we have been, and I have a publication coming out shortly on this, is an easier way to be considerate of all these different ways of saying, what is AI literacy? What exactly does one need to be able to do to be AI literate? Is there is this tension between three perspectives that are the most dominant and talked about, to which different degrees of those is what different frameworks for what AI literacy is appearing. So one is the user perspective. I just need to know how to operate, prompt a tool. Just tell me how I can use it. Don't need to look under the hood. For those who need to look under the hood and understand what's the difference between a classifier and a unsupervised learning and supervised learning, which is definitely part of the content of some AI literacy curriculum, that takes on more of a developer orientation. Now, it's not to say, hey, those kids will be able to program any AI, but they're starting to take up the language of what I would like to just call the under the hood part to a level of specificity that starts to use computing professionals' language. And then there's also a very valid critic perspective that's talked about some of the biases, misinformation, equity issues that are associated with AI and resistance to using it. And so thinking that to be AI literate is to know and avoid AI for certain reasons because of the biases involved tends to be favored in there. So as you are continuing on, I expect in the next several years, AI literacy in California and across the country is going to be a big deal. It's going to get a little bit overwhelming to think about what is it that they're talking about. Do they need to know what a classifier is? Do they need to know, training data and test data in there? Do they just need to know how they can use it responsibly in their English class? And those are different things. So just think about where something sits in this area of the triangle where you may emphasize one, two, or all three to different degrees in how you are presenting AI literacy.
I can move
I
it.
don't have remote control literacy.
I do.
That's a bring of itself.
Okay. So some of the things that we know, and we are actively conducting academic research on this. And some of this is the science of the obvious. There are things which I think you can see here and say, obviously, but we do have the empirical evidence. Now to further substantiate it is teachers vary in their needs with respect to what it is to think about AI and how to talk about AI by grade level and by subject area. There is a need for teachers. Needs for teachers are perceived as different from the needs for students. And so even if you are going to have AI literacy be a topic in schools for the students, there's a different additional conversation about AI literacy for teachers, both for the time that they are going to be talking about AI literacy with their students, but also as they are thinking about using AI in their own professional work. And there's a mix of needs for AI PD to be about how to use it and how to teach about it and how to teach with it. So I'll invite one of my esteemed colleagues. It appears it'll be Tammy. Careful, this remote has a personality of its own.
Okay. I looked at my team, see, we do so much work together that we kind of function as one. I'm like, okay. So following up from what Victor says, our work is really to support students, teachers, and those working with or training teachers, leading professional development in understanding and really thinking about AI literacy. So as you saw, there are different needs. We came up with this, Victor came up with this tail, pale, sail, teacher trainer AI literacy. What do folks who are going to work with those that will be teaching, right? What do they need to know to be able to help teachers learn about not only what AI is, but how to use it, use the tools, think about it to promote excellent instruction in the classroom, to do their work, to plan effective lessons. What would that look like? And then how do I, as someone that leads professional learning, approach that, make plans for that? PALE stands for pedagogical AI literacy. That's what do teachers in the classroom need to know about AI for themselves to help them do their work and plan instruction for students and know what to teach students at that appropriate grade level in that subject matter. And then for students, what do they need to understand and be able to do with AI in order to best support their learning, because they're growing up with this and they will need to know about this when they leave all of your schools, right? So this tail, pale, sail is actually really, really important to our work, because if we were to lead professional learning, we have to consider the students, the teachers, and then those working with the teachers. So when making decisions, this is the peers framework that strikes before you saw that map of all the different products, and that's as of weeks ago. So I'm expecting next month that map is actually going to be bigger, that everybody has the product, they have the solution that they want you to invest in. So we came up with this framework called PEERS, which the letters stand for privacy, ethics. I'm sorry, you don't have any. No, passes around. Privacy, ethics, equity, resource demand, and student success. And listed under all of each of these letters is when making decisions, what do school districts need to consider and organize themselves around? What are the privacy issues that when you're putting information into these tools, what do we need to consider and how do we protect our student and our information? Ethics is another one. How are we using it? For who? For what purposes? Equity, who are we serving? Resource demand, how much time, energy, who, how, as we invest in these different resources that are, as you're making decisions about how to invest in this. And then student success, which is the most important one, right? How does this affect students overall? So we've led professional development and training with school leaders, district leaders to really dig into each one of these for their own context. You know, what does this look like?
Yeah, I'm Christine. With the work that we have been doing and the work we're going to be doing in this district. So we are in a few different buckets. So one, we have a website called Craft, which is part of our work, which we are co-designing AI literacy lessons. Right now, they're focused at the high school level, but we are working with middle school to sort of start to think about how can I embed some of the really creative, productive ways I can use AI into my content area, as well as some of the ways that I want students to be critical consumers of this technology, to be more conscientious consumers as well. We also are doing AI literacy teacher trainer cohorts. So when you saw the pale sail, we're actually doing this in Germany at the moment, which is why Victor said across the world. We're working with a cohort of 32 teacher trainers in Germany to support them in thinking about what does high quality professional learning and coaching look like? And then what does that look like for AI literacy? How do I support teachers? What do the teachers need to know to be able to effectively support their students, both from understanding how it works and what are the concerns that I need to be aware of as a user, and from the more creative side, how and can I use this tool and what tasks should I be using this tool for? And lastly, we're also working with both San Mateo County Office of Education. We've done 3 professional learnings so far, both for leaders, for school district teachers, and for the internal San Mateo County Office Department, and also working with Santa Clara County Office of Education. And then in this district, starting in January, we're going to start working. We have a district-wide teacher workshop on January 6th. We are partnering with Sabrina at Ralston Middle School and opening it up to the whole district. That's going to be teacher focused. So in that workshop, we're really thinking about what is it that everyone wants to learn and is interested in learning, and diving deep into what is AI, what does AI literacy mean, and thinking about interactive ways to engage in tools, understanding like what is the privacy, what data is it collecting, and then how might I think about using this tool creatively in my classroom with my students. And then the second piece is partnering with our Partners Challenge Success, which is an entity at the Graduate School of Education, to have a community workshop that's called Purposeful Parenting in an AI World. So what does this mean for families at home? A lot of this technology is embedded, like Canva, into technologies that you're already using. You're not sort of choosing, I want to use AI now, right? It sort of is now living in the technologies that you're used to using. So what does this mean as a parent? What are the things I need to be aware of about my child that's using these technologies? What are things I can be thinking about? Then how can I support them also from the creative side? What are things that are interesting for them to use, the skills that they want to build, and how can I know what tools to think about using with them? Thank you. Now open it for questions.
Thank you very much. I'll see what questions we have from the board members.
Put Sam last, he's gonna.
Mr. Koss?
I have 2 questions. This is a great presentation. Thank you. Well, the kind of thinking of the cycle, just my first thing is kind of focused on what you were saying, like there's obviously a range, and I wrote them down, like of AI usage, right? And from instructional materials to student support, and it runs the gamut, as you mentioned. But in the cycle of adoption, with the research that you've done, where are kind of teachers in that adoption? Like, for example, when we've anecdotally have gone out to luncheon chats, it's been more around, maybe it is being used in lesson plans, but it's more like personal use, not yet in the professional setting. If it is in the professional setting, it's maybe trying to cut down on lesson plans or just streamline some stuff. So I'm just wondering, like, is there a low adoption to actually maybe implementing it in the classroom in any such way? Like where on that cycle of early adoption or whatever is there?
There's 2 things I'll say on that. One is the early on large-scale national survey work, much of which was funded by the Walton Family Foundation, revealed that teachers were using it much more than students were. at least with intention, saying, hey, I want to go try out and use this chatbot to do some stuff. AI is everywhere, so a lot of people don't realize they're necessarily using it when they're doing some of these more familiar things. And so the teachers are doing it for a range of activities. But the second point is it's highly variable within individual schools and school districts, in large part, and for good reason, because it's been a really challenging 5 years so far. Including changes in funding with certain things expiring in the past year and enrollment and attrition to cope with. But a lot of districts don't have a explicit AI plan and guidance for the teachers. So there's a bit more of some principles like you can try, you have the autonomy to do some things responsibly, and others like just don't use it. And then some are using it more secretly, and it's really varied. So for example, in Milpitas, they're actively encouraging use. They have a full contract with Khan Academy and are integrating Khan Academy, and Khan Academy is increasingly building teacher-facing tools to streamline some of the activities. Although we are conducting a research study on whether or not that is actually what's happening, because if we had to correct the AI all the time, is it doing much time saving if you're having to fix it? And is this how teachers want to come in, where they say, I wanted to come up with a lesson plan, or I actually have a really good lesson, but I want some specific sub piece in there. And so just really meeting teachers and where they're at in there. But there is the bucket of use, which is the outside of instructional contact time. Then there's also things that are happening within, and it's relatively low in part because there has not been adequate support or guidance for what to do, and the policies are really ambiguous. But I don't begrudge anyone in the education system. There have been a lot of fires to put out. And so there's an awareness, and we've been meeting with superintendents throughout the state. We're saying we know we need to get to this, but we just haven't had the bandwidth to do it yet. And so there's a lot of things that are currently emerging and bubbling up, and some schools and districts are welcoming it and saying, share your knowledge and tricks in there. Are you finding good tools? But this is where, thinking about professional learning models and how to support a productive professional learning community around AI is an area that we're just putting a lot of time and energy into because it's needed.
Thank you. Well, one final question. It very much piggybacks what you were just saying about, from a board perspective, as trustees of the board. So it's certainly not early on, obviously, in the overall timeline, but certainly gathering speed, I would say, right? So what guardrails, from either a board policy perspective, should we be thinking, crafting, so that, everyone's grappling with this, right? The government's grappling with, just even the speed of anything being behind the curve, right? Or the fear of being behind the curve. So where's the appropriate time period for putting guardrails, but, so that we can evaluate the risks of this in the education setting, and like, how do we know when to do something?
That's a great question, and I will apologize ahead of time because I don't know the full range of the board's powers on certain decisions.
You're all powerful.
Yeah.
I'll jump in there really quick. Actually, it's interesting, like our guidance in terms of policy falls on CSBA.
Yeah.
We lean heavily on CSBA to help us craft policies that are effective and legally based as well. I think Trustee Leinbach was sharing with me, I think it was you, Sam, who shared the CSBA session that they had. Love CSBA. It was a little bit underwhelming. I'll say that.
Yeah.
An AI committee that's been doing quite a bit of work. I want to think they've been together a year and a half. Right now, they are encouraging districts to look at policies that they currently have, i.e. acceptable use of technology, those type of things, and integrate AI into those areas. And that's their stance right now. I think we're going to see a lot more I think that's probably going to be a big topic at AEC in a couple weeks. I'm hopeful to see some of that. I will say as a district, we're probably, my conversations, when I ask teachers, how are you using it? How are you utilizing it? They looked at me kind of cautiously. It was, I don't know what you want me to answer on this, Dan. Can I use it or can't I use it, right? And I think actually falling back on this is a great evaluation for our staff right now. Like, sure, look at it, utilize it sensitively with some of these things in mind, I think is definitely our perspective right now. I know Ching Pei, myself, our team, we are participating in these events, learning alongside of our staff. I was fortunate last spring to work with superintendents alongside of Victor to pick his brain a little bit too. So,
Well, I guess that's, no, and I agree, and then so CSBA is the School Board Association, but, and we get a lot of our, like you said, our lead from them. But here's the thing that is we don't know what's impacting where they're getting their guidance from, right? Everyone has to get guidance from a standpoint. So to have you in our backyard, I'm not saying like but to have that, be able to get that guidance based on what your research is immeasurable, and certainly obviously the legal perspective. So as we're taking different sources of input, and again, it's early, I can understand that, but with the deep fakes, it's recognizing that there are some guardrails that need to go up, and is it just putting that AI perspective into existing board policies? I don't know if at this early stage, if you just have any observations that you have shared with other districts and superintendents about.
So for one, we are thrilled to be engaging with your school district. Superintendent DeVar has been really keen on getting more information, and I applaud him for that and for being proactive on that. Now, with respect to guardrails, and this is where I also don't know where the powers are, is for the resources to be made available such that whether a task force or subgroup can start to get more information from within the district, because as the superintendent has stated, teachers are saying, am I supposed to admit that I'm using it or not supposed to admit that I'm using it? But getting a more accurate characterization of what is happening currently in the school district and what are the genuine questions that the teachers have. And to empower the leaders at the various schools to begin to bring in some of the professional development. At a minimum, you have some digital media, bullying and wellness policies, for which a lot of the things that we say is we know and we have good guidance on a number of things. It's just that AI has been so bright and shiny, it's commanding attention, but we still want to raise responsible, supportive community members. And that is the ultimate bottom line, whether it's going to be how you use your smartphone, how you use AI, how you, write things on bathroom walls, which they shouldn't be doing anyway. But again, it's going back to those core principles, and that's truly the question. But I do think, and as we're continuing to work with schools, how to open up the conversation so that way teachers are comfortable talking about it and talking about what does it mean to be responsible with some of the technology, or to think about there's this thing called data that I should say whether I want people to use or have access to, and providing the supports for that at the early grades. But I would say that, you do have digital media policies, academic integrity policies and such that you can re-articulate and then continue to work with some of the information gathering in terms of more of the specific cases and how to navigate those, as well as build out a small sub team. But it's something that, again, we're very happy to continue to engage on. For us, it's been a really rich research and design space to build out what are the professional learning needs in this really fast moving space.
Thank you.
if I can add to it too, and they shared the work that's happening at our PD day coming up in January. That came from a staff and administrative interest, Ralston. We're doing some work where folks have the opportunity to commingle. So that option will be out there for other folks to also attend, but also as part of that, Ralston, there's a group of teachers that is coming together to have some of these conversations and really taking an initiative there. I didn't want to do a board presentation without teacher work and without community work. So that piece is kind of bringing everybody along as we, venture in.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bruno?
Sure. Yeah, I got a few questions about AI and I'm trying to like take you away from what you presented. And I will admit that I'm also just like asking you some of my questions just as people, you mentioned kids or parents, things like that. You talked about like demystifying early on and like, like again, whether it's a meter or shooting star. On a very basic level, should it be something we should be cautious about or inviting of?
Can I say cautiously inviting?
Actually,
Yes.
go ahead, sorry.
It's gonna be really hard to stop the tide because it's entering so many aspects of our lives. They're encountering it at home, and I'm generally a proponent that, schools are such a valuable space to make sure that some of these conversations are available to all, because it may not get talked about at home, or you may not know some of these other things. So to make sure that there's sensible ways that it can be acknowledged. Otherwise, they will learn about it on TikTok.
Yeah.
And I'm not convinced that TikTok is providing the best information on AI, but I do trust our educators.
Yeah. Along the same lines, I as in maybe an insider in that like I'm on a school board, I work at a school and I'm actually a student right now. And like in the sense of like the peak. I'm currently experiencing, we're actually talking about it less. We're less afraid of, if anything, maybe more inviting of it. Are you in your research and interacting with schools feeling the same thing? That like, did we miss the peak maybe of fear?
So there's the hype cycles.
Yeah.
Which is one thing, which is just how much is gonna dominate the news headlines. Then there's the adoption curve, which doesn't exactly follow the hype cycle in there. And so I would say I don't think you've missed the peak. The hype cycle peak may be less intense as we start to get really focused on other pressing news things, but few schools, few school districts, few regions, few states have figured out their approach and policies on this. And like I was just at a meeting overseas that's working on an international framework for AI literacy standards. And so it's still in motion.
Okay. Few more I was looking at, I tried my best to zoom in and look at this map. Doesn't mention AI detection. That's something something we should be thinking about as well, or is it maybe like not worth the hassle?
The error rate is pretty high on those, and it's high especially for populations of students for whom I really would not want it to be high. So if you write not spectacularly,
right?
English is not your first language, you're more likely to get called AI than not.
Right.
And I do think, given some of the severity with respect to the response has been, that I have a very high threshold for what is acceptable error on that. So I would generally recommend that it's made much more explicit. What are the right ways to be using this? How to be transparent about it. When a teacher says this lesson is something I need you to do on your own, and why, and how is this going to serve you for not using the AI so you can be a better user of the AI in the future. But with AI detection, they keep getting rewarded. Every time something says, here, we can get it with this accuracy. And then there's a new study that comes out and says, and if you do these things, it drops substantially. And a lot of the reports that are coming out on AI detection accuracy are coming from the organizations that do accuracy detection. So that's kind of a conflict of interest and also an unrepresentative sample because they're already getting from places that suspect that they have high AI usage. There is also, K-12 and higher education are very different pictures right now. Sure. Sadly.
Can I add to that from the teacher perspective? So I was a middle school teacher, middle school administrator for many years, vice principal, and I'm thinking always from the classroom, right? So if we're using AI detection and we're like, are you cheating, right, on this paragraph? And you saw some of the data, like most kids are not using it for cheating. But if I'm the teacher, I'm thinking, what is it about writing that I want students to walk out of here knowing how to do? Right? Like, that's the goal. And then will an AI tool help me teach that or not help me teach that? Right? So I can totally preach. Right? So it is that particular, where we're talking about tail and sail, right? The teacher is, if I'm really clear that I want students to use, language, vocabulary, we were talking about vocabulary, right? And I say, okay, you're gonna write something and you're gonna plug it in and you're gonna ask AI to do whatever it's gonna do to it. Now I'm gonna look at both of these things. And as a student, as a teacher, I'm gonna say, okay, well, what did it do? Let's have a conversation. Oh, it added this language and you're actually using it as a teaching tool because we want you to become a better writer. Right? So when we talk about AI and teaching and learning, we're always thinking about what is it that you want students to learn English and math and science and all that, right? And the very specific, that still hasn't changed. How we get there and the different tools we use might change a little bit.
Thank you. And my last one, and actually feel free to choose not to answer it. But because you're here, I'm curious on maybe, I don't know, like, where is is there a tangible and easy line between what you just described and plagiarism? And like, what would it be? And you can, again, feel free to say like you don't want to answer it.
As a whole.
I have a multi-year project that's working on understanding how people are drawing the line.
Yeah.
So I can tell you more in a couple years. But what I would say, what I can say is really interesting is that what teachers consider acceptable use and what students consider acceptable use are very different. And that needs to be an open conversation to like clarify what that is. So sometimes the students are using it not to write the whole thing for them, but to explain what is it that it's asking and what's kind of like an example for another topic that will do that. And they're trying to be responsible. And there's also been a large amount of pre-ChatGPT plagiarism, and those numbers have so far in the research actually stayed the same. In there, it's just that instead of copying from Wikipedia, they're copying from ChatGPT, but they're copying from Wikipedia beforehand. And so, where are the things that we know from the academic integrity literature? It's the trusting, caring relationship where if I do something, I feel that I know I'm not supposed to, I feel like I'm letting you down. And I knew I wasn't supposed to do that. And that's where we see this college problem because they don't care about letting us down. They just don't have the relationship because we're teaching large courses and we see one writing instance and it's so high stakes in there as opposed to here's your daily journal.
Right. I know a high school teacher in San Francisco who includes his science teacher. He includes his students he did a whole project on like, is it helpful in teaching science? Is it not? And he's including his juniors and seniors in this dialogue. Like, did you use ChatGPT, not just ChatGPT, did you use AI tools? Was it even useful for you?
Yeah.
And he's finding like he's being surprised and he's having open dialogue with students about, how did this lesson go? Should we use it? Should we not use it? As part of the learning, they're learning together.
Right. What I have right now is like you can't even run a Google search now without getting AI generated text in the beginning. And so you can be saying like, oh, what was Jonas Salk's contribution to the world? And instead of having to click through web pages and like do the research, it's just staring you in the face. But what you need to learn then is how can I verify that information? And what are the sources in addition? And so those are like the new sets of skills to be orienting towards as opposed to, oh no, generative AI text, cover your eyes.
Thank you.
Dr. Howard?
So I've seen the tool be used as a or some of the tools be used as a individual productivity tool. However, some of our best work usually comes from collaborative productivity. And so, do you see problems with what you see with some of the chatbots right now is that they sample from what's out there, right? And it's not really a collaborative approach. It's more of giving you the information you need to construct something quicker. So much like a calculator allows you to do calculations a lot more quickly. So one, I wonder about how do we continue to make sure that our students can develop analytical minds and not just be good at reproducing what's already out there, and also developing original minds. Originality is a concern, the ability to collaborate, the ability to analyze. If something's doing that for you, what's the motivation other than speed, you know?
Active area of work on getting some of those frameworks and building out the social expectations for how one does these. What I would say is it's very understandable that we may imagine a future where AI is just doing all the things and we just stop thinking. But history has tended to show it's not as simple as that. We tend to just do different complex things in there.
The assembly line, the calculator,
Yeah. So just like the calculator, it's like there is a place for knowing some of the computations, but now what you need to do is appraise like the numbers to make sure, oh, that doesn't look like I had that off by a factor of 10 in there. And so that becomes another activity, but then that's also opened the door for much more complex calculations and activities for students to learn about in there. So that's where I would see things going, but it's active area for what's the messaging that is there and what are the learning experiences that help remind like where and how to go and not to feel disenchanted by the AI.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Leinbach?
Yeah, thank you for coming and presenting. Wonderful presentation. Lovely, the Canva catchy tune that was going on there too. Kept us.
Give Canva the praise for that. It's a good.
Yeah, I really respect everything Graduate School of Education does. I mean, all your research and all the material you output is fantastic. I really consider you guys a true authority on things that are going on. From everything I've read and heard, it's always valuable to see that. So at this point with AI, I imagine we probably know about as much as the future of AI as we did about websites back in 1990. I mean, people were predicting, oh, the internet, it's going to do, you see these news clips from the 90s about what's going on and their predictions, maybe 10% of them were actually accurate, the other way out there. So it's a matter of like navigating, how do we go about making sure we're going in the right direction? And we want the kids, our students, our youngest students as they're growing up, we want them to be prepared to be valuable citizens. And that's going to involve knowing how to use these tools, but we don't even know what it's going to be 10, 20 years from now when they are actually forced. So at this point, of course, we want to, introduce them to AI and know how to be, I heard a term prompt engineers. We want them to learn how to use these tools and how to get through. So maybe if you could tell us a little bit about what do you think the best way to involve the instruction of how to use AI tools in curriculum will be, whether it's, there's a curriculum that has nothing to do with AI necessarily, but how do you like bring a tool into that and how do you instruct kids to do that while still educating to the content that that time was dedicated for?
Yeah. So one of the things we're doing right now is thinking about, so the example Tammy suggested around how can we leverage it as a tool to teach the things we're already teaching, but as also in a critical way, right? And one of the things we've been digging into a lot is what are the practices? What do we want students to be able to do? And how are they showing us that they're able to do that? And one of the things we are trying is through these thinking routines. So when an adult goes through ChatGPT, what are all the questions that they're asking them at each stage? Like, first, is this, what do I even want this tool to do? What is the task I'm choosing and why am I choosing this tool? Right? And then once I've chosen this tool to do this task, what is the prompt that I'm going to put in? And then what is the data that this chatbot is using to give me an output? And then I'm looking at that output. Was it good? Should I leave? Do I have to refine it? So there's this, big loop that we're talking about. And those habits, we want those habits to build in students at an appropriate age across the tools. Because whether they're generating images or whether they're generating videos or text, those habits are going to be really foundational, just like we think about math practices or science practices, to how they develop in their use as they grow older. So when we work with teachers, we think about exploring the different tools so a teacher feels comfortable understanding what the tool can do. And then they're the experts. They can figure out, oh, I could take this tool and maybe embed it into my social studies curriculum when we talk about bias. And this is how I'm going to use it, right? And so that's how they're building in those habits. And those are some of the things that we're trying out with teachers.
What I'd add also to your question is, for students now not knowing what 20 years from now is going to look like for them, is to learn how to be aware of what the tools can do in present state and what they can't do, and what we value as humans that humans can do really well and systems that people do well, because the tools will change. But where I'm a little alarmed, and I think the messaging needs to adjust, is it really does feel like the robot overlords are coming and we don't think ever again. And part of that is why I'm saying it's called intelligence, but there are like fundamental things. If you want to have a good time, ask ChatGPT some basic math questions, like you can't get them right. And if you know the sort of inner workings, you'll appreciate why. But it's not thinking. And so like relating to it as, it's sort of like a big internet search thingy, but you still have to verify the stuff or know that this can mess up like this. So I don't defer to it as an authority, but this is a tool that can certainly pull out things in a form that is handy, but I still have responsibilities to check things and to, vet some stuff, just as much as we don't want adults to see, oh, a news headline, that's going to be the simplistic reduction of everything that's going on in the world, and say, we know that that's a sensationalized perspective, and we want to read that and also make sure and see other sources and know what periodical is publishing it to just sort of calibrate it accordingly. And so it's that sort of mindset and mentality. Is right. We don't know what is going to be in 20 years, but the robot overlords are not coming. It's just theoretically not.
You had one slide, the real busy slide with all the different tools. And, you have one is like, here's tools that help teachers do planning. Here's other tools that help students, focus on their learning and craft learning towards, their needs, and all over the place. I think, our superintendent has done a good job on encouraging our staff to use these tools and try them out. And actually, a couple of those tools that I saw in there are actually being used by some of our staff. So one way to do it would be, okay, here's your menu, pick what you like. But the other thing is like having guidance. It's like, well, here's tools. And, I know you guys can't promote any one tool over another, of course, but how would you recommend a district would go around and picking the right tools? And also, I don't know if it's getting like a subset of teachers who are really interested in this to have a committee on, kind of like a curriculum committee, except a AI tool committee or something. I mean, what are your recommendations about how to pick tools or give teachers as much reign as they?
One, you have to bring the experts in the community together. And particularly when it comes to AI, it's IT, it's your teachers, it's your principals, it's your family members, it's all of the students, and all of them have conversations around goals, right? What are the learning goals? Who do we want our students to be, and how do we want them to get there? Because these are tools. Right? And when you're choosing tools, whether it's AI tools or any sort of technology tool, you want to choose technology tools that's in service of all of those goals. Particularly for teachers, it's overwhelming when they get, right, this like, here is all of the tools and you figure out how to use them, right? And then from the kids' learning experience, every year, they're going to get a teacher who's like, I'm going to teach you how to use Canva. And it's like, well, I used Canva last year. I know. So also understanding like, what does that scope and sequence look like for kids? If we're using a tool and multiple tools, what is their experience in kinder versus fourth grade versus seventh grade? How are we building their school? So it's really about conversations with the community that's aligned with the goals of the schools and the districts and the folks in it.
What I would also add to that is, for sure, the teachers are gonna be encountering and discovering things and more minds, being able to share, like this is helping. There is a very concerted effort right now because research is appearing that in the school technology adoption, 90% of school leaders are not looking for evidence of it working, but rather calling up a fellow school leader saying, which one did you think was good? And it's okay. I mean, again, I'm not judging on it, but what we're trying to do now is encourage like expectations of efficacy or having strategies to do evaluation on it, but making sure that there's the time, space, and resources given to that if indeed it needs to go that route. So there's certain nonprofit organizations that are working on like stamps to like say there's actual research evidence to back this up, and it's like a large activity that Stanford is heavily involved in to say, let's see if there's actually shown measurable improvement and under what circumstances, and have that be an active part of the consideration, as opposed to the sales pitch. 12% of the people who use this, really liked how they felt about it in a month. And it's like, we need to be more cautious and try to tap into that research evidence.
To that point, are there any organizations that actually look at AI and look at the soundness of it, or, privacy concerns, make sure, like you buy organic food, that it has to get the stamp on the side of it, but are there any organizations you're
Work
working
in
with?
progress, Common Sense Media is doing something currently, and Digital Promise, San Mateo is working on something.
I would say the K4 Center too, which is based in Oakland, has some really good frameworks for thinking about ethical and responsible tech use in K-12.
So what was the name of the organization?
KAPOR.
KAPR.
AAPO.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that we're partnering together. You're gonna put on some presentations for both the teachers and community. And I hope we can record those so that people can watch them if they can't attend. Wondering what other ways can we partner together to future things that we can do to help make sure that we're bringing the technologies and practices into our district?
We'd be really keen on continuing conversations with the superintendent and better understanding like some of the specific challenges and questions that are coming up. I would just be hesitant to say, and here's all the answers without fully understanding, like, no, really, what are the questions and concerns here? But, we're just very happy to engage and keep the lines of communication really open.
If we can provide any data about things that we're doing to help your research, I think that'd be a great partnership as well.
That would be awesome.
I think that was it. Thank you so much for coming out. It's a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Information.
Oh, thanks to.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you. And in the interest of time, I just wanted to just give a comment. I'm a teacher in another public school district that may or may not wish to be mentioned on YouTube. But I can totally relate to, because we are streaming, by the way. I forgot to announce that at the beginning of the meeting, but definitely I'm a high school teacher. I can definitely relate to the demystifying it. I'm a history teacher, so I love the examples from America's Got Talent and the Canva example. Because unfortunately, and part of what I think sometimes we've heard on the board in talking with teachers is sometimes when they're very afraid of it, then they're like, just everything's gonna be handwritten now.
Exactly.
And anything that you guys can do to help us demystify it would be great. Thank you.
Happy to.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for joining us, spending your evening with us, and thank you for that continued partnership.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Look at that. Everyone was for your presentation. Yeah.
Hi, great. All right, so now we're on to item number 13, world language adoption. This is an action item, and we're going to hear from Assistant Superintendent Ching Pei Hu.
Hi, it's gonna be fast. So if you'll remember, in spring of 2023, we made the first round of world language adoptions. We were hoping to be able to do Spanish and French at the same time, but back then the Spanish program adopted Reporteros by Colette. It was not, the French counterpart was A, not yet done, and B, not state approved, but Christo, our one, I think the French teacher, thought it sounded so great from what we were seeing from the Spanish side, he wanted to be able to evaluate it. So during last year, we piloted, he reviewed, it turned out to not be what he was hoping for. So here we are finally in line with making a recommendation. After trying the French version of Reporté, we ended up going back to looking at Té Branché, which is published by Carnegie Learning. For the entirety of this first trimester so far, or I guess it's also in his first quarter, he has been piloting this in French 1A and 1B with his students. And just this last, I don't know, I guess week and a half ago, we sent out the community survey. Not surprising, we currently have, I want to say 37 kids enrolled in French district-wide. So we only had 8 families respond. I sent it to the entirety of the district, and I failed to say, by the way, we already adopted Spanish. So most of the feedback was, why are we talking about French and not Spanish instead of this is our second language? But based on the student feedback and the teacher feedback primarily, we are recommending that we adopt Té Branché as our French program. So Reporté was the 2 programs that we looked at over the course of 2 school years are these 2. This, I think, needs a new battery. We did spend time with all of our language teachers reviewing the focus of the world language framework, which is based in UDL, primarily from a world language perspective that's looking at communication, cultures, and connections, and making sure that the programs are supporting authentic use of language and development of conversational skills and an understanding of the culture, and not just the vocabulary list that you and I probably all grew up doing when we learned our world languages. The student comments are here. You guys already saw this in your preview. The kids like the textbook. There is a hardbound book, but really everything is available online. It was really easy for them to navigate. The one piece that the teacher and students both said, even though it was fun and pretty, was some of the vocabulary is a little bit hard. So Christo, in our debrief, mentioned that there are certainly lessons that he has to pre-teach to get them ready for. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He is obviously fully fluent and can do that. The one piece I thought that was appropriate was that I kind of thought was funny actually, any offerings would be appreciated. I kind of wonder if this is a parent maybe at one of our schools that doesn't offer language, but there, like I said, there were only eight people who looked at the stuff. I offered to give everybody licenses to do an online research, dive, and nobody came. Nobody asked for it. We had the books on display here. Not a single person came in. I don't think French is a huge priority, but it is our second world language, and we do need to make sure we have current adopted curriculum if we are going to continue with 2 languages. So the recommendation is really simple, really very basic. I recommend that we adopt Té Branché by Carnegie Learning as our district's middle school French program.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent.
And I didn't even give you a questions page this time.
Any questions?
Good, no, go for it.
I have no question.
Okay.
I'm gonna toss 5 minutes.
So.
Yeah.
Obviously, big believer in world languages, but my question was, I'm glad you provided the numbers for French, because I was wondering, is there a need? And what's the quantifiable need for a second language? And should it be French? And the reason I'm saying that is because years ago, my mom was a Spanish middle school teacher for 36 years. And there was French and Spanish, and then there was a big push, and there were so many people who wanted Spanish that those French teachers had to relearn how to teach Spanish if they wanted to stay with a district job. So I'm wondering though, if with 37, is this just a Ralston teacher?
There is one singular Ralston teacher right now who teaches 1A, 1B, and a wheel, and he teaches another class. This is definitely something that Sabrina is looking at very carefully. There is a need for more language classes. There's an interest in world language. But we do have students who are currently in PATH who need to be prepared when they go to high school. So hence why this adoption I'm putting forth is only a 3-year adoption. I did, like, you'll notice when we do science and social studies, I typically go for 8 years. I go for the longest possible. 1, for the discount, but 2, because it's really truly going to be around. This one, we are going with a very small number and we're keeping it to 3 years, and we will keep reevaluating if this is something we phase out. But we can't phase it out without having something to phase in.
No,
So that's kind of the work that's happening at the local level at Ralston right now with Sabrina.
okay, because I would probably maybe even put forth, and we'll have to see what it bears out, but that like Spanish and a world language is such an important part of the development of kids, that to have it, that's why it's great that it's at Nesbitt with a full-time teacher at 6th grade. But maybe at Ralston, it doesn't start till 7th grade, my understanding, right? And it's an elective. So, maybe it should be, in my middle school was a core class, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Spanish 1 was taught along all those 3 years, and it prepared you to go into high school in Spanish 2. So I'm just wondering, as a district, when is the decision point where we say, maybe we need to implement it in Ralston and whatever as a 6th grade and not being an elective? No, this is not the conversation. I know it's not the conversation.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about budget dollars, right, and we're talking about second language, maybe we want to do the first foreign language really well, then buttressing it with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a massive conversation that is credentialing, that is programmatic because of the way electives are versus the wheel versus A through G requirements. World language is an A through G requirement if you want to apply to a UC, but it's not necessarily a requirement for all high school students. So I'm I'm not sure I'm comfortable making it a requirement at our comprehensive middle school. Being in an IB program that you opt into knowing that language is a component is a little bit different.
I will say, we very much value our kiddos having options. And right now, so Nesbitt Spanish is integrated into IB. That's solved, so to speak, check. We are able to meet the need and the request of world language at Ralston at this point in time. The one conversation that we're actually continuing with is what are our options at Sandpiper? Is there some way to integrate that at Sandpiper specifically? And I would say that that's probably our first challenge to solve before we look at rejiggering which languages and which options. There's a lot happening, and we've just been kind of talking about how even high schools now offer language virtually. And actually I gotta dig a little bit more. My kiddo is in a high school class in Spanish with a Spanish credentialed teacher that I think still depends on online support and whatnot. So I think the pedagogy is maybe changing and a little bit flexible, and that's something we need to do. But we're thinking about how do we leverage the online virtual platforms to fill a need where there's not capacity.
Yeah.
And or there's a different preference, i.e. learning Japanese or Korean or whatever that language may be in a virtual type environment.
Well, that's another way to look at it. Okay.
So we're thinking on that.
Thank you for sharing that. One other question is, so Reporteros was, and I looked at that model in Spanish, and I agreed that was quite a good model. What was the feedback what was the Reporteros in the French version missing that they liked with the other one?
Primarily, I mean, there are several things instructionally that we're missing, but primarily Reporte is not a state board approved program. So if it were a stellar program, then I was willing to work with Christo to go through all of the steps to prove to you guys that it is indeed meeting all of the state standards requirements. But as a program, the State Board of Education did not approve it. Yeah. He found holes in the presentation of the lessons. He thought it started too advanced. He felt like there was too much pre-teaching he needed to do just even to get into lesson 1.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Lineback.
Thanks for the presentation and thank you for actually not just jumping on the first one that came up, but taking the time. And I remember talking about this before and now it's finally come. So thanks for being persistent about that.
Sure.
And one more thanks for reaching out to the community, but no thanks to the community members who didn't reach back.
Right? Have seen say working kids who are in the class are learning.
Yeah.
Are ready for their next class. So it's kind of like, whatever.
But I appreciate that you actually opening it up to be transparent on what the district is doing, which is very important. And also the 3-year plan, just being able to not long-term, but just whatever's happening.
We want to be responsive.
Since the door was open about other middle schools and doing that, I'm not going to dig into that, but I encourage more discussion on that topic. And I think the community would like that. I mean, the online, like maybe having one class and, there's kids are learning 5 different languages, at the same time with one teacher supervising kind of external things.
They're exploring the physical ramifications
So I would
and the
love-
logistical ability to do so.
Yeah, I encourage that conversation to continue in another board meeting. Of course. And any flexibility between the other middle schools. Otherwise, I have no problem with this and thank you for the time doing it and I'm for it.
Thank you. Can I get a motion? We do have bond update as well after this, and it is 9 p.m. Can I get a motion to approve?
District approve the Carnegie Learning's Trebuchet. I didn't say that right. Trebranche. Trebranche as the district's middle school French curriculum.
Can I get a second?
I second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
We.
Now he gets it right.
Now he gets the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, really? Sam, we're walking out.
Really heard French.
She doesn't have to come up to us.
But
It's nice. It's nice.
So for item number 14, bond update, we're going to hear from Reese Matsumoto, our Chief Business Official. Thank you, Reese.
Awesome. Good evening, trustees. I prepared 500 slides for you tonight. Hopefully this will be relatively quick, but we just wanted to give you a quick update, especially after Measure P, very thankful a couple weeks ago. So the first bond to talk about is Measure I. For some context, this was passed in 2014 for $48 million in bonds. 38 million of that 48 was spent during the initial authorization, which left 10. The final 10 million, that tranche was issued in 2022. So what have we done with that 10 million? Thank you. Of that 10 million, that primarily went to the TK bathroom project from last summer. Some technology upgrades, which has been budgeted, but has yet to be completed. Safety infrastructure, really, that just means mostly the sinkhole, and some miscellaneous facilities upgrades as well. So what does that mean for that 10 million? So of that 10 million, we expect 7.6 of it to be spent on the aforementioned, leaving roughly 2.2 million left. So what should we do with that 2.2 million? Based on the amount left, that's not really enough for a hefty project, right? So we think it's best right now to actually allocate those funds towards addressing some ADA compliance items here at the district office. So recently DSA approached the district and let us know that there are a couple of things that were out of ADA compliance. Some examples are the height of the front desk, so the width of some of the bathrooms, and also some access points downstairs as well. So roughly the estimates right now are coming out roughly around 3-ish million. And we currently have a RFP out for an architect to also just help us finalize what the scope of that might look like as well. As you might tell right now, 3 million is greater than 2.2 million. So where is that? So we would expect that delta basically to either come out of some of our reserves that we have right now, or potentially coming out of some of the initial Measure P dollars that we'll talk about in a little bit. So what is the timeline for all of this? As I just mentioned, we're currently out on an RFP for an architect. The whole hope here is that we begin construction on the district office come next summer. What does that mean in the middle? It means that we need to award the architect RFP. We need some time in order to bring this before the board, just to make sure everyone's comfortable with the changes that might be made. And also more importantly, we need to figure out where we will move in the meantime, right? So we're currently looking at a couple places. Some names have been brought up are Notre Dame, which is right down the street, as well as potentially some of the office spaces that are currently unused in Redwood Shores. So these are all options on the table. If anyone has any opinions or, you know, a very cheap lease that they're hoping to pass on to a needy client, free to let us know. And finally, Measure P. So it's a Measure P context as well, similarly to Measure I. On November 5th, voters passed Measure P for $171 million. Clap. As Superintendent DeGuara mentioned earlier, this passed with 67% of the vote. The number here has only increased, which, you know, I think is a telltale sign that voters within our bounds are, you know, not only excited about this, but also fully support making sure that our facilities are up to date, modern, and basically are, you know, best in class for our kids. As for the next steps for this, we're currently consulting the facilities master plan in order to figure out basically what are the next steps, what projects should we prioritize, and what should the next couple years look like. There are a couple things that we're operating under here. One of them is the time value of money, right? Essentially, the longer we wait to do any projects, the less money that we actually have to do all these projects with, right? And also we're trying to make sure that any upgrades that we do, let's just say for a particular system like HVAC, we're trying to group those together so that in the future, we don't just have one HVAC system going out every year, right? We can then look for larger scale HVACs and larger HVAC upgrade for multiple buildings at once. So our plan is to figure this out and bring a plan to the board in January with the hopes that we can solicit some feedback from you all as well and then proceed from there. That I conclude my presentation.
Thank you.
I'll add to CBO Matsumoto. Presentation, we're looking at the bond market and how to go. We're being advised that the sooner that we move forward and that we're able to go forward, probably the better. Nobody can ever have a crystal ball into what the market's going to look like. But there were many districts that passed bond measures this go around. So getting the jump, getting out there early could be a benefit to the district, and we want to be prepared to be able to do that.
Questions? Mr. Leinbach.
First of all, I commend you about your stylish choice of pullovers there.
Are you going to tell them the story?
Huh?
Are you going to tell them the story?
Oh, I actually have my suit jacket, but my blazer downstairs, and you're all having such spirited discussion downstairs. Why not just stick with
No, but my comments about this topic, yeah, it's clear that the district office does have ADA compliance issues that should be resolved. So I'm glad we're looking at doing this. As far as a temporary location, you know, my company is 100% work remotely, so I figured a lot of positions here probably could be remote. So I know how much we love remote learning. Anyway, that would be a possibility to save money. Let's see. Oh, and then so the I saw something in there about so the delta in, you know, the $8 million dollars or 800,000. 800,000. So that could be money could come from Measure P to do that, but I guess we need to issue those.
Yes, you know, if it's coming to like a cash flow issue, right? Like the cash flow is not an issue, right? It's just more about strategically, we want to figure out, you know, is that the best use for Measure P items? You know, do we feel like it would actually be more suitable on the general fund? And also, we receive money every year specifically, and we have to spend roughly 3%, I believe, of the budget on maintenance and items like that. So there's a potential that this could fall under that as well.
Okay. Great. No other comments.
Thank you. Mr. Cost?
Can you remind us for Measure I, which is the 2.2 you mentioned, what's the sunset of that, on the timeline? Does it, we have to use it by a certain amount, or do we just have to have somebody under contract, or how does that work? Before the expiration of this Measure I?
Superintendent DeBoer, do you have the?
I don't want to quote the timeline. We have 3 years to use 85% of the funds, so we definitely are coming up among that time crunch. I can pull out that timeline and share with the board via the board update.
But is there a set time, at the end when they're like, oh, you lose it, or you lose it if you don't use it?
I don't, through the chair, I don't believe that there is a specific set time. I would double check that, of course, but again, this is, as I was talking about earlier, the time value of money. The longer we wait, the less is really.
Well, no, it looks like our timeline is good. I just didn't know if it's sunset.
I'm not sure what the repercussion for not following. The laws are.
Well, as long as whatever we need to do, right? And then for Measure P, one of the slides just said 11.4 annually. So I just wanted to know with the bond mechanics, does that mean that every year we can go up to 11.4 of that total sum that the voters decided on? Or I didn't know what that 11.4 was in the slide. Maybe you could pull that back up for. Yeah, it says 11.4 annually. So we have 171 bonds, and obviously we're not redeeming that all at once, but then it says, well, bonds are at 11 point. I just didn't understand what that, if that was every year we're allowed up to 11.4 to be used?
Through the chair, my understanding is that we can go over that. In my previous district, Ravenswood, we have definitely spent more than that in a given year. We can certainly double check and figure out exactly.
I was just curious, because if we, like you said, with the time value money, if there are a lot of projects that we feel should be done, concurrently, or simultaneously, then if it exceeds a certain amount, is there any limitations as to how?
I believe there is a limitation that, basically you cannot pull down the entirety of the 171 million at once. It has to be in multiple tranches. As to the sizes of the tranches, I don't believe there's I think there is some sort of limit, but if we needed to pull down 50 million at once, that is roughly the amount that my prior district has done so before. That is definitely possible.
So we work with firms that help us structure the sale of those bonds. There's certain maximums that you can achieve, and depending on how long you push out the debt helps determine at what level you're charging taxpayers, essentially, right? If I push out the debt longer, I'm not charging taxpayers as much in the short term, but it's costing more in the long term. So there's that balance that we work with our advisors to make sure that we've identified how much we're going to spend in the projects in that time frame, and then adjusting the bond to match that. As we've talked with our advisors now, we're kind of guesstimating 3 or 4 tranches to help structure that maximum over time.
Got it. That's helpful.
Probably way oversimplified it, but
yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, future board meeting agenda items. I'll turn this over to Superintendent DeGuara.
Thank you. And my computer died, and I am clearly, my eyes are not as good as President Northrup, because she was reading that at the beginning of the meeting. So we basically have two meetings showing on the agenda. The 12th, December 12th, biggest piece on that agenda is the first interim fiscal solvency report. We'll be doing our board recognition retiree recognition for retirees ending in December. Bond Oversight Committee will be providing a report. We'll be bringing to you the results of the RFP for the architecture report, hopefully for approval. And then the instructional calendar for 25-26. We expect at the December meeting. I will give kudos, and I should have done this earlier when our team was here. BRSFA, Julie and her team worked really hard. There was a lot of meeting of the minds there and understanding of priorities from both sides. And I appreciate that BRSFA also surveyed their membership thoughtfully around kind of those big picture things. So that was good. And then on the 16th will be purely an organizational meeting. We will convene, we'll reorganize our board. We will do the appointments, adopt our new board meeting schedule, and look at liaisons. So those are 2 meetings ahead.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts for future board meeting agenda items?
Yeah, I have a few items I want to add at 6.
You don't have the majority.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we do not need to reconvene to close session. So we are going to adjourn. Can I get a motion to adjourn? And can I get a second?
You don't want to do it when you're allowed. Okay. I second.
You're running out of seconds.
All in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye.
Running out of time.
This meeting is adjourned at 9:19 p.m.